group of military or militia coming from Dralamar.
Yeah, so last week's session started out with Noro separated from the party by some last-minute smithing business, catching up, setting out on his own.
Are we live?
North. We are. Setting out on his own, headed north to meet up with the rest of the party. He encountered unexpected Dralian guard at the river crossing over the Edelwein. And learned of an attack on a nobleman on the road north. One captured, one still at large. The person at large likely matching the description of one Madrick Giles, with Dralian guard scouring the countryside looking for him. Noro decides to go off-road, eventually meeting up with his friends. After an evening's meal and a night's rest, you all delved into Tanamir's tomb, encountering will-o-wisps that led you on, trying to lure you into traps. A flame skull that was narrowly counterspelled. Its deadly fireball in a confined space stopped by the diminutive wizard. As we came to the end of the session with the Dragonslayer sword retrieved, a discovery of possibly 4 more flame skulls in an adjacent chamber, and a conundrum of what to do next. So, as we begin this week's session, I ask you, what would you like to do?
We don't have a known way of letting Zerikin know that we're done down here, do we? It was never explained.
No, he just kind of closed the trap door over top of you.
Right. It was one of those like, oh, hey, by the way, how do we get... Oh, okay, it's closed. All right. Is there another way out of here then? He didn't really say that either, did he?
No.
Not that you're aware of, and at this point you've explored the tomb rather well. The chamber to the east is let's see. I guess last week Louis used detect magic and wandered about the entire space. And found the chamber to the east had nothing of magical significance in the sarcophagi. The chamber to the west, a necrotic radiance from all 4, probably flame skulls by the strength and type of magic, as well as 2 other perhaps bits of magical treasure in 2 of the sarcophagi. No other entrances or exits that you found, although you can ascend the stairs and go bang on the bottom of the stone pillar that covers the entrance.
Well, I mean, if Zerikin shut it himself, it shouldn't be that hard, I wouldn't think, for our strong boys to push it open from beneath.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can go try and push it open then.
Alright, so you ascend the stair. It's just wide enough where Rogar and Noro can muscle into the tight space side by side, find some purchase on the bottom of the stone pillar that covers the entrance, and go ahead and you can each make a strength check. An athletics check to try and push it open. A slow start at first, but you manage to budge the stone, and as you do, within about 10 seconds or so, as you continue grunting and pushing, trying to get it open, it starts to move easier, and you see as a crack of light appears, and light filters in through the dry air, the dry, dusty air of the tomb. You can see Zarakin above pushing on the stone as well. And as it slides out of the way, the bronze scale dragonborn looks down at you all and just nods. Is it done?
Well, we have the sword.
Rugor, as you look up at him, there is blood spattered across his scales.
Uh-huh. You, get into a fight or something?
Of sorts. Made some friends as well. Well, come on up then. Sorry, just grabbing some handwritten notes here. Didn't have time to type it all up. As you all file out of the spiraling staircase, blinking at the sight of the bright light, as your eyes adjust, you see two guardsmen wearing the blue and white tabards of Dralamar, as well as a scout, a slender half-elven fellow with dark hair. All three of them look like they are fresh from combat. You look about and you see the remains melting into the ground, vines and roots enveloping them and pulling them into the ground, of what look like two redcaps and some other small humanoid creature.
It's one of those little assholes with the rock.
Maybe, yeah. Well, I was kept quite busy up here. Fortunately, these fine folk showed up at an opportune time. Helped out. He nods their way.
Are these the same guys that Noro talked to?
They're not. They're dressed very similarly, but not the exact same guys. Those guys were like, a day's walk to the south.
Right. Okay.
What are guards doing all the way out here?
The half-elf speaks up and he says, "We're searching for someone. I came across your friend here in the midst of combat. Helped him out. We're hoping he can help us, or perhaps all of you."
Who is it that you're looking for?
A man, human, tall, of wild eyes and grizzled chin, long, stringy hair, with a fine sword. Assaulted a noble on the road not long ago. We captured his compatriot, but he made off into the tall grass and disappeared. We've been hunting for him. So far, have found nothing. He's a wily one. There are guardsmen all across the coast looking for him as we speak.
How did the nobleman fare?
Make an insight check. Actually, you know what? Just make an insight check. He looks at you and his eyes narrow. He says, "He survived, but his injuries are grave."
Oh dear.
Fucking digital dice rolling over in the corner.
How far away did this attack happen?
He looks out to the west, and he says, "Due west of here, on the main road." We have a camp set up nearby. Truth be told, we could do with a healer. And,
You have this
perhaps-
man at your camp?
Well, the man we captured is injured as well. And not talking. Zarakan looks at him and nods and says, I have some skills that might loosen his lips. Perhaps I can be of assistance when we're finished here. The half-elf says, yeah, speaking of which, what are all of you doing here?
Lunalia will just look to Wilgar to answer.
Oh, what do I say? We were taking care of some undead underneath this holy site.
Zarakan kind of steps in front of you and speaks up. Yes, I tasked the young one here and his friends with a chore, something a little beyond anything I could handle myself. I believe, and he kind of looks back at you and cocks his head to one side, I believe they're finished. Or were about to tell me otherwise.
For the most part, yes.
The three of you need not wait for us. You said due west, yes? Yes. Well, I'll be along shortly, once we've finished our business here. Before nightfall, for sure. Many thanks. We look forward to seeing you then. Be safe. The three of them begin to depart, unless there's anything you want to ask them.
I can't think of anything to ask them.
I'm sure we'll find you easy enough. I'll gladly provide some healing if it's required.
Not required, but your service would be greatly appreciated. We look forward to it. Thank you. And Zarakan turns back to you all. So, how did you fare?
Well, we eliminated some, I believe they were called will-o-wisps. There were 3 of them, and there was a skull on fire. I think our friend Louis mentioned that it was a flaming skull.
Zarakan's eyes narrow and he nods. I have heard of such things.
I don't remember if Louis made a show of it or, like, I don't know if Rogar would have seen Louis put some skull dust in a baggie or anything.
I'm pretty sure we all did.
Yeah,
So we know about it?
I mean, with Louis on autopilot, potentially all this session, I suppose I could step into his shoes. I'm not going to do the accent because, oh god,
You have to do the accent.
I can't. Not without practice.
It's fine.
I will narrate what Louis does. Louis proceeds to show Zarakan the remains in a couple of small bags that he produces. And the two of them chat about it for a bit. Louis enlightening Zarakan as to the origin of flame skulls, and you all listen in as he basically tells Zarakan that they are constructs, undead constructs created likely by a wizard or necromancer, given the number of them in this place, it's likely that whoever built this tomb, or perhaps one of the beings interred in this tomb, created these to guard their eternal slumber. Zerikin nods as he listens. Guarding the tomb of a holy warrior with the dead. These were built by a friend, one of her companions buried beneath. He certainly had a sick sense of humor. Well, you said there are more of these, yes?
Yes, they are, fortunately and unfortunately, trapped inside of tombs.
So the good news is, this is Zerikin's skill check to figure out what the hell to do with them.
Nice.
It'd be a religion or arcana check. It'd be an arcana check. Well, I believe I have just the thing. A sprinkle of holy water should solve this problem. Mind you, the skulls will need to be destroyed first. But once they are broken, dashed to pieces, a vial of holy water spread over their remains will render them inert. Or at least it should. As he says that, he draws from a rather large pouch at his belt several vials of holy water. It always pays to be well prepared. He holds out the handful of vials. There are 5 of them in total.
Alright, I will take them.
Louis proceeds to uncap one of them, and as he pours half of the contents into one bag and then the next, you hear a otherworldly cackle that turns to a scream and is cut off, just echoing sort of in the backs of your minds. As a puff of smoke is caught by the breeze and blown away. And he's left with 2 empty bags. As the remains burn away.
Should I add holy water flasks to my inventory if I take them?
Yeah, so Zerikin asks you to give him the details of what is below, what remains. Do you tell him what you think you found?
Yeah, I would tell him everything.
Okay.
Tell him about the dead horse that Lunalia obliterated, the dragon skeleton remain, the what's her name that we took the sword from, mended her chest plate and kind of offered a really shitty prayer because poor rolls. But that was it. That was the only tomb we opened.
The horse, the flame skulls. So much death. Why do wizards always dabble with undeath towards the end of their time? He kind of looks at Louis out of the corner of his eye, suspiciously. The little gnome just has a very innocent look on his face. Like who, me? Well, it seems there are other matters at hand, and these skulls. Do you think they're safe enough so long as nobody opens the sarcophagi?
Correct. The one we did manage to face, we only got away unscathed because our wizard managed to stop him from, or well, stop it from casting a potentially disastrous spell at us. I'm afraid if we were to open up those sarcophagi, they could eliminate any remains in there.
Well, so long as they remain there a danger, I suppose there are other matters at hand, and I must weigh one danger against another. Your task here is not complete, and neither is mine. I will remain. I suppose a day or two away from here is of no harm to anyone. After all, the tomb is somewhat hard to find. You intend to bring the sword back? Yes?
Yes.
I shall wait here until you do. Or at least until you return to deal with the rest of these nuisances that lie below. I shall guard the tomb and ensure that no one else stumbles across a dire fate. And I do look forward to your return. Does that sound fair?
Yes. I'm sure by the time I return, I will probably grow stronger. So maybe once I return, I will have the means to more easily take care of these things.
Well,
One second, Poker. As this conversation is going on, and this is about returning back down into the to the graveyard, basically. All right, so then Noro's gonna be a little bit like, he kind of scoffs and then he like walks away from the group, like he's trying to go towards the road or the camp, wherever the camp was.
sorry, say that one more time.
Noro is he kind of just scoffs, makes like a scoff noise with his mouth or something, and then he's like walking away, like, no, like, we're not going back.
All right.
Just like one of those things, you know, Noro just being Noro.
Well, maybe all of us don't need to go back.
Your friend doesn't like dead things, does he?
No, I don't know what causes him to have such a dislike for undead, but
It's not undeath I think he has an issue with. I just think his people revere their dead ancestors. So he has some issues with graveyards and burial sites.
It's not an unhealthy viewpoint to have. There is nothing usually good that comes from a burial place. The wisps you spoke of. Yes, I saw their light at the bottom of the stair and went no further. But I sensed other things here, which is what kept me back. The wisps must have been drawn. Death draws more death and undeath. They congregate in these places. Well, enough of that. I have work to do. If you, folk have nothing better to do for an evening, perhaps you would accompany me to the soldiers' camp. He looks at Lunalia and nods and says, I'm not sure how much I can do to help, but perhaps the two of us together could be of some service.
Shall we set out now, then?
Come, lads.
What-
Help me
what
close
time of
this
day is
up.
it?
It'd be probably about noon. I think you guys set out pretty much first light down into the tomb, and you were careful, and there was combat. And we'll say, it's like 10, 11 a.m. The sun is high in the sky.
Okay.
So he beckons Noro and Rogar over to help him close the tomb. And as you guys do,
While those guys are helping Rogar, Lunelia is going to say to Scribble, I can't help but make a connection between the description that guard gave us and a certain grumpy man we know that doesn't seem to stay dead.
Certainly did sound like magic. He did say he was bored.
Agreed. It's a shame he couldn't help but go back to his old ways.
We don't know the whole story.
wow. Wow.
That's true, we don't.
He's essentially doing the same thing that he was doing at the town. It's just different location, different target.
Mm-hmm.
And
His
you
old
guys
ways.
you guys definitely got the feeling based on what you had seen the last time you visited them at Craigmaw Castle back before it was ruined. That he'd gathered some of the Red Brands back together, and they were definitely up to something. A little bit of, you would guess, a little bit of highway robbery, right? And it seemed like better they do it out here than in Phandalin.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't really clear what they were up to, but they were definitely up to something. So this wouldn't have been far outside of that, and I guess it's plausible that they would have just gone back to that to sort of get some coin in their pockets to rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
A likely story.
Yeah, but we don't know enough to even bother to insight check.
Nope. Zarakin gathers up his pack and begins packing up his small campsite. As he's doing that, he Rogar in a low voice, Zarakin says, "Those fake creatures we fought off. Strange. I've been camped here for months. First I've seen of them. The morning after you and your friends arrive. Tell me, have you angered someone?"
Well, it is one of the, I guess, dragons that we have come across. It's the green one that I told you about before.
I would caution you to watch your back. I get the feeling this dragon, or whatever it is not done with you. I'm just going to move everybody back to the main map. And I just need a quick second to check something. I need a couple minutes. I'm just responding to a couple of work messages. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna put the stream on hold for a bit. we're back. Sorry about that. So, we left off with the party talking about what to do next, and Scribble harboring a dark secret. Zarakin finishes packing up his meager camp and is ready to set out, if you guys are. He turns to you all and says, I would appreciate the help, but I understand this dragon you're after is of some importance. If you don't wish to come with me, that's fine. I just thought I'd extend the offer. Honestly, I could go for another evening meal like the one you prepared for us last night, Rogar.
It would be my pleasure. I'm sure the others would be okay with heading over there.
Yes.
We should see if it's actually who we believe it is, causing more problems.
You gather up, and as you leave, Scribble, in the shade, and with the noonday sun, there is very little of it. But in on the shaded side of one of the standing stones that encircle this tomb's entrance, you think you see a flicker of a shape, humanoid, dark within the shadow, and then it disappears. And there is a cold chill that runs up your spine that tells you you're being watched.
Would I have noticed anything from the Blackstone rune?
You reach into your pouch and you find the rune is slightly warm and has not a physical buzz, but there's an energy about it that is fading.
And where did that come from again?
It's a Blackstone rune that was given to him by Talisa.
It's the Shadowfell teleportation stone things that we found on the other guys as well.
Right.
Yeah, I think you guys found one or maybe two.
I think they found one, and I got that one.
We have two now, because I remember making a comment that you can use one to go there and then to come back.
They are reusable. They just have a limit to how many people they can transport.
But it's a 24-hour cooldown.
Yeah. But I think it's you and up to 2 other people. So.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you make your way west, and it is a good, rounding the lake and heading west towards the road. It's a good 2-hour trip. And that reminds me, you guys did camp a couple nights. I'm going to knock your provision points down.
Would the waiting for the packing up and then the walking count as a short rest?
Yes, yeah, you absolutely could take a short rest. As you approach the road, the ocean off in the distance, not more than another 5 miles off, blue sky below, sparse clouds that are racing away from the horizon. The sky silvers with the ocean mist as it approaches the horizon. The scent of salt water now on the air. Early afternoon, you find yourself approaching the Weston Way. The narrow trade road has a camp on the western side. It looks like a spot that is used often. Maybe a day outside of Dralamar here. And another 2 days from the mountain pass to the south. Several wagons are lined up along the road. Military tents of yellowed canvas lie stretched on tent poles, several of them standing. A small detachment of troops must be housed here. In the back, you see 2 larger tents and a small rise behind them where a scout stands watch. There are 2 guards along the road with halberds, fully armored and wearing the tabards of Dralamar, blue and white, and on them emblazoned a ship's anchor with 3 stars arrayed around it. As you approach, coming out of the tall grass on the eastern side of the road, one of the guards raises a hand. "Hold there! What's your business?"
We were told you were looking for a healer.
Zerakin raises a hand. "2 of us here, I think."
Yeah, Lunalia will just nod. She's got her hood up.
"Approach." As you cross the road towards them, the other guard comes over. "Right. Weapons in the wagon." "Well, come on then."
Without my staff, I won't be able to do any healing.
"Keep your staff. The rest of you, weapons in the wagon. Come on."
So are we at a large camp right now?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I can probably,
Map it up?
yeah, I can throw you on a battle map. Let me just make sure that it's not. There's no giveaways here. Yeah. Can do. Here we go. Zoop. It's a little easier to look at it than to listen to me describe it. You would be approaching this map from the right-hand side. Let me know when you guys can see that. I know these sometimes take a little while to load.
I'm good.
I can see it.
I'm up.
Yep, I'm good.
Cool. And you'd be down here. In fact, I can. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna. I don't know if he'd have Pierre out like all the time.
Yes.
He just sits in the wagon.
Yeah, and I suppose I should probably, do I have a Zerakin somewhere in here? Yeah, I do. I just need to copy-paste him from... Oh. Nope. Yep, there we go. Alright. Zerakin walks over to the cart and unbelts his sword sheath, wraps the belt around it, places it gently in the cart, unslings his shield from his back, a pair of daggers and a hand axe from his belt and boot, and takes a couple steps back, looks at the rest of you. The two guards eye you all warily.
I will toss my pair of daggers in the cart.
I follow suit. Drop Clangor's Ran. My hand axe on my left hip, hand axe on my right hip, my javelins on my back, this fancy net.
Well, I'd hate to remove it almost immediately, but I'll go put everything on the cart. I would ask, is it alright if I keep the shield? I just feel naked without it.
Make a persuasion check. Right. Keep the shield.
How many weapons am I putting on there?
Everything else?
Are you asking me, or?
No, I'm counting how many weapons I have. I'm putting 7 so far. 8? Yeah. Putting
Does a
8
cooking
things.
ladle count as a weapon?
Sorry, yeah, I'm putting 7 things on there.
Does anybody keep anything that would be considered a weapon?
I have Soul Drinker.
I purposely just put 2 daggers. I'm keeping my staff.
Lunalia will put her pouch of rocks and her sling, but she's already been told she can keep her staff.
Yeah, the guard looks at Scribble's staff and his eyes narrow, and then he just shakes his head and lets you hang on to it. I'm just having a look at Louis here. My God, does he not even have a weapon? No, he does not.
I think we talked about that last week. He doesn't.
Yeah, he has. Under his attack actions, he has unarmed strike.
Yeah, didn't he hit somebody with a book last
He
week?
doesn't even have a. My God, he doesn't even have like a pocket knife or anything.
No, he's a muscle wizard when he's out of spells. Casts Fist.
Yeah, no, he's got nothing. I mean, unless a grappling hook and caltrops count as, he's got just a grab bag of travel gear that is just ridiculous. Yeah. All right. So you finish piling your weapons, a considerable amount of weapons in the wagon. One of the guards draws a large canvas tarp over the pile, sort of to hide it, and also to maybe protect it a bit if it rains. And the other one turns and says, "Right, I'll lead you in. Follow me closely. Don't get lost." And he leads you between the tents back to sort of a common area where there is a large fire pit, about which are 3 somewhat freshly felled logs, you imagine to be used as benches. Give me a second here. An older pepper gray haired human with a square jaw and a scarred cheek in chainmail stands near the fire, speaking quietly with a tall, blonde human man, shoulder-length blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, polished plate and chain armor. He holds under one arm a stag antlered helm, and wears a furred mantle over his shoulders. Much like the others here, he has a white and blue tabard his is trimmed with gold, and it also bears the mark of 3 stars arrayed about a ship's anchor, Dralamar's royal coat of arms, as it were. The two of them turn as the guard escorts you into the area. Healers, my lord. The blonde man nods at the other one. Dismissed. Welcome. You say there's healers among you. We're in need of help.
Lunalia is just going to glance at his helm. I'm assuming he's got it tucked under his arm.
He does.
Yeah, so she's just going to give it a look and then look back up at him. She still has her hood pulled up, though.
Zarakin takes a couple steps forward. Yes, I have some skills, although little tapped for the day. It might be of more help tomorrow, but I'll see what I can do. My friend here also might be of some assistance, and he nods your direction.
Yes, I have a fair amount of healing available.
Good. We have a scoundrel that we captured along the road, assailing a helpless noble from the city to the north. He's in the tent back there, roughed up pretty good by our men before I stopped them.
And the noble?
The noble isn't here. He just stares at you.
Is he being assisted elsewhere, then?
His injuries were grave, and he was moved.
You moved a man with grave injuries? What were you thinking?
We were thinking to get him back to Dralamar, where more practiced healing hands could do their work.
I hope you have more guards than this with him.
We do. Don't worry. Now, if you don't mind, he starts to walk over to this tent here. This guy went away somewhere. He starts to walk over to the tent here, and he pulls the flap back. Inside the tent, you see tied to a post that's hammered into the ground, Roger.
Oh.
And just for funsies, there's what he looks like. You
Right.
guys remember your good old friend, Creepy Roger. He looks up as the light filters into the dim tent, squinting. One eye swollen shut, a large bruise across his face. You can see his tattered clothing is bloodied. Several deep wounds that have sort of been hastily bandaged, and blood has soaked through the now ruined bandages. He coughs and spits. You see a bit of blood dribble down his lip. He just looks up towards you guys.
Are we all heading into this tent, then?
I mean, you tell me. It's a 10 by 10 tent. You can all crowd in there if you'd like, but it's going to be a little weird and suspicious.
Nope,
Roger's
I'm
heading
outside.
over to the fire pit that looks like there's cooking supplies there.
All right.
I'm gonna try to look in this tent to the left.
How are you doing it? So this is interesting. I mean, that's part of the reason I built the map, right? Is not just for combat, but like you can have a look around and maybe do some sneaking. Why don't you start with a perception check, and that'll kind of tell you. That'll tell us all what you're seeing about you before you just saunter over there. Holy shit. Well, you see everything. There is a lightly armored scout with a longbow atop the cliff, and I use cliff generously. It's like 15 feet up. These are sort of low rolling coastal hills, right? And so there's just a little bit of a rise here that the scout is standing atop, and kind of. She turns and looks to the west from time to time, and so you could time your approach to the tent in such a way where she's not looking straight down at you as you do it. Rogar moves over to the fire pit, the cooking fire pit, which is down by the stream, and I imagine the guardsman there who's tending to a pot of stew would engage in conversation with him. The other guardsman is watching Noro and sort of the Zarakin and the others, and I imagine Louis probably just goes and plonks down next to the fire and cracks open a book. Sure, let's do that to keep him out of trouble. The Scribble, you can find a moment where nobody's really looking your way, and if you make a stealth check, possibly have a little stroll over to the tent and look inside. Or are you just doing it blatantly, like walking right over and pulling back the flap?
No, I kind of wanted to be sneaky about it.
Okay. Well, with that perception check, it definitely affords you the look around and the ability to track everybody sort of all at once, and you find a time and you move. You're not particularly quiet about it. And we'll see what happens. Making some rolls here. How are you going about looking in the tent? It's just a large sort of 10 by 10 tent with a simple sort of square rectangular doorway with a flap covering it.
I just kind of want to peek in to see if I can see if there's someone inside or like what would be in there, not actually go in.
All right. You pull back the flap just a bit and peer inside, and as your eyes adjust to the dim light within, you see a lantern sitting on a table that is little more than a large plank of wood that's been set on two barrels. Seated at the table, sort of facing partially away from you, is a tall, lanky, bald man that you recognize as Hammond Sam. He seems to be writing something. He takes a rather elaborate quill and dips it in an inkwell and continues writing. And he glances your direction as you quickly shut the flap on the tent. Quiet. Didn't seem to notice you.
Can I tell, like, did he look like he was hurt or anything?
Looked absolutely fine.
That piece of shit.
So the others, as you were led to the tent with Roger in it, the flap is pulled back. You see him beaten, bruised, bloodied. Zarakin and Lunalia step inside the tent. The knight holds the tent flap back, watching the entire time. Zarakin turns to him. Come, man, give us some room. We're unarmed. And as you can see, I'm a servant of the Great Dragon. He is safe with us.
Lunali's just going to kind of snort under her breath.
Give us some room to work.
She's going to walk over to Roger and just sort of crouch down beside him.
Good persuasion check from Zarek, and the knight just stiffly nods. Fine. See to it that he's patched up. We have some questions for him. Perhaps you can help with that as well. Yes, perhaps. Again, bit of a fight earlier. Your men helped with that, but tomorrow would be better if we have the time. Come, Lunalia, let's have a look. Roger sort of weakly looks up at you, the one eye swollen shut, the other one, an intelligent twinkle in it.
So has the guard left the tent?
Mm-hmm.
By the looks of you, you and your group have gone back to their old ways.
He coughs and quietly, in a very, very low voice, says, "Come on now. You know all about it."
Know all about what?
What we're up to.
She's going to reach out. One hand is holding the small staff of healing in it, and her other hand she'll place on his shoulder. And she will cast at a 2nd level through the staff. Cure wounds.
He winces as you put your hand on his shoulder, but as the spell takes effect, you see a definite change in his composure and posture.
Nice.
As his wounds knit shut. I mean, he was at the equivalent of 2 hit points, and he's still got a couple levels of exhaustion in him. Doesn't look like he's had a full night's sleep. You make a medicine check actually, and Zerkin's going to do the same.
Okay. Stupid corners.
Zerikin's standing at the other side of the tent, not wanting to crowd in while you do your work. You hear a grumble. Not all of his wounds were sustained in a fight. He's been treated poorly here. I expected better from these men.
Well, if he was attempting to highway rob an individual, perhaps it is just punishment.
Let's call it what it is, sweetheart. It was murder, not robbery. Tell you what. You help get me out of here. I'll keep my mouth shut about your friend's involvement in all of this.
What friend's involvement?
Well,
What are you talking about?
I assumed it was all of you put Madrick up to this.
Ah, so Madrick is the one they were speaking about.
Aye. Got away, or at least he thinks he did. From what I hear, they've got guards all over the countryside looking for him. It's a matter of time before they find him, but you know how he is. He's got a unique way of getting out of a bad situation. Back to town. So,
Yes.
what about our little deal? You help me out? I don't tell them you sent us to do your dirty work.
We didn't send you anywhere.
This is the part where Deebs yells, "Scribble!"
Lucky he's not here.
Yeah, Lunalia's just going to question him. Who had you on an errand? To kill who? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Zarakan's now listening intently. Yes. Who indeed? This is going well.
She is also going to pump a lesser restoration into him.
Oh, touch creature and either end one disease or condition afflicting it, blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poisoned. Cool. There is definitely an effect as you cast the spell. Perhaps he. It's with your recent medicine check. It's hard to tell, but it's possible that he was under the effect of a drug or poison of some sort. You see his eyes, well, his one eye. I guess the other one, the swelling's gone down around it. He kind of blinks it open. His eyes go a little bit clearer, and you notice some of his sort of lethargic movement tightens up, and he kind of almost shakes off a level of exhaustion. Would be the physical sort of description of what happens to him, but he kind of straightens up and looks at you a little more clear-headed. Really
Now
good.
then, tell me what the hell you're talking about.
Right. Simply put, I know you and your friends, or one of you, put Madrick up to this Hammond Sam fellow. He came and found me after that little incident at the castle. I'd been hiding out in the woods. Told me there was a reward in it. Wouldn't say what it was. Said the last time we did this kind of work, we got a castle out of it. So I didn't question it, I went along with him. We found the fellow, played a little con, got picked up by his group, traveled with him for a bit, went to do the deed, got real unlucky. This group of armored idiots came riding south from Dralamar, right into our fight. Things got complicated. Madrick split. Left me to take the fall. I kept my mouth shut, hoping he'd come back. Hoping somebody'd come back, but... well, I suppose somebody did if you're here. He got a pretty high insight check. His eyes narrow as he looks at you. You don't know anything about this, do you?
I've just said at least twice I have no idea what you're talking about.
He kind
Who
of looks
put you
over
up
your
to
shoulder at Zarakan. He looks back at you. Yeah, I do have been one of you. He don't work for nobody else anymore. I assumed it was the lot of you. But if you don't know, well, maybe you can't trust your friends as much as you thought you could.
You're healed up about as much as I can do.
Indeed, he's looking much better. Interesting words this fellow had for you. Tell me, how can I help? I don't wish to interfere, but I feel like I'm honor bound to do something about this.
I don't even know exactly what's going on. My heart wants to tell me that Someone has asked Madrit to do a task, an unsavory task, posing as one of us. I'll need to speak to the others. Once we're away from the camp.
Well, there's another natural 20 on an insight check from Zerikin. You're being, obviously, like, because I know what's going on, you're being honest.
Mm-hmm.
And he definitely senses that, and he just nods. Places a large clawed hand on your shoulder. I will follow your lead. I trust that you truly know nothing about this. You seem kind-hearted enough. I will follow your lead. But I don't like this. I suppose we should let this knight know about his quarry here. He pulls the flap to the tent back open as light shines in. Rogar, camp life. It comes back quick. There is a pretty good spread of pots, pans, utensils. There is a haunch of mutton, some provisions brought from town. With a couple of wagons they have here. There's several crates of travel provisions and stuff for. This looks like enough tents to probably house 20-25 men, and from what you've heard, there's guardsmen who are now sort of up and down the coast looking for Madrick. It's fairly well stocked, and the fellow who's tending to the cooking pot just looks up at you and sort of beckons you over. Louis sits on a log, rifling through his books, perhaps to catch up on a little bit of what happened in the tomb, and fill in some gaps in his knowledge. Nora, what are you doing? There is one guard who is standing a few feet away from you, watching you very closely and very nervously. He's, he watched you relinquish your weapon, but he's painfully aware that there are 2 other weapons attached to your shoulders that you can't take
Fucking
off.
A and fucking B.
Yeah.
I actually want to go where he's at and maybe have a seat with him in the log. Yeah, something like that. And just strike a conversation with him.
With
Where
a
you
guardsman?
from? Yeah.
Dralamar? And you?
Shalimar. I've been there once. How's it been these last few weeks?
It's alright.
I miss it. You got family?
Aye, brother.
Does he work with you here?
No, he's a fisherman.
Nice.
You? You can see he's starting to relax a little bit as he's realizing, the big, stone-skinned barbarian is kind of maybe a normal guy.
Maybe.
You got family?
I look at him and I'm kind of like, no. They're gone.
Right then, watch yourself. He just kind of backs away slowly and turns and walks off. back to his post. So Zerikin exits the tent. I imagine Lunalia with him.
Yes.
As you're on your way out, you hear Roger quietly. Something by nightfall would be nice. These folk aren't good to their guests.
Yeah, she's just going to sort of turn to look at him slightly before heading out.
The armored knight watches you guys exit the tent. How is he?
Well, that's a matter of opinion. His wounds are somewhat healed. His vitality has been somewhat restored. I can't help but notice that some of his injuries, as my companion here would agree, didn't look like they'd been received in combat.
The man looks off to the east, perhaps his line of sight trailing after somebody who recently walked away from the camp. Perhaps the older soldier that he was speaking with. And you can see there's a bit of pain in his expression as his eyes come back to you. Yes, well, some thought he was withholding information. Some thought that what was done to him would be a good idea. It won't happen again. So, you mentioned that you might be able to help him be a little more honest. And he kind of looks at Zerikin. And Zerikin just nods and says, yes, well, tomorrow. I must pray. But I can help in the morning, I think. Of course, whether or not he chooses to answer at all is entirely up to him, but at least he will only speak truth. Good. I look forward to it. You are all welcome at our camp this evening, or if you prefer to camp nearby, that's also acceptable. I understand some would like to have their weapons back and stay at a distance from our group here. The choice is yours. There's enough space for all. He looks at you and gives you a curt bow. I thank you for the help you've rendered here. That's a kindness you did not have to show. Lunalia, in this conversation, you cannot help but notice that this knight keeps looking at you. Even when he's talking to Zarek, and his eyes keep coming back to you, like there's some recognition there, or it's hard to say, but he's watching you.
And this is the blonde one?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, she's noticed it a few times now, so she'll finally just say to him, "Stop staring, it's rude."
I beg your pardon. My apologies. I've just not seen anyone quite like you before.
That's what they all say.
I'm sorry. And he looks down sheepishly and takes a step back. Zerakin kind of looks back and forth between the two of you. You can stare at me if you'd like. I'm quite certain you've not seen anyone quite like me either. He cracks a wide, toothy grin. Kind of looks at you. No? Well, I wonder what Rogar's cooking. He starts to wander off.
Lunalia's gonna wander off as well. She's, where are all of her companions?
Well, Louis is perched on a log, digging through his books. Noro, last we spoke, was also near the main fire pit. Rogar sounded like he was going over to have a look at their cooking setup and either help cook,
Probably
or
help make food.
help make food. Maybe split some logs. Fetch water from the stream, etc., whatever they kind of need help with. Make friends with the guy who's cooking here. Their camp master of sorts. Scribble. What is the Scribble doing?
I would be just kind of sitting and dying around the campfire, like watching people, trying to see if I could notice anything strange, or making sure that no one, like seeing if anyone went in and out of the tent with him and Sam.
All right.
There is no Ham and Sam here. I thought he was someplace else.
I mean, Scribble looked in the other tent and saw him sitting there writing a letter.
Yeah, so as soon as she comes out of the tent, she's going to do a look around to see where her friends are. She'll spend a couple of seconds looking at each of them sort of intently. She'll look at Noro first, and then shake her head. She'll look at Louis with his nose stuck in his book. She'll sort of tilt her head a little bit before slightly shaking her head. She'll look beyond to Rogar and just give up. And then she'll look at Scribble and head in his direction.
Oh, here we go.
On her way past Scribble, she's going to put her hand on his shoulder and say, "There's something we need to discuss over by the river."
She's about to drown a bird.
Okay.
Bro, what's Noro doing? Is Noro actually following the two of them over there?
Oh, I don't know. I just saw the head shaking and I figure she's in trouble.
Yeah, she's looking around to make sure that there's no guards around and they're not being followed.
I'll kind of like hang back here and just kind of watch behind you guys.
Yeah, so it's seeing that Noro's not too far away, she's going to reach out for Scribble's wrist and tug him a little bit further away.
I'll grab my wrist back. I'll walk over there, though. What's your problem?
Well, I've just had an interesting conversation with Roger in that tent. I might not know a lot of things or the workings of the greater part of the world, but I know enough to know that nobody else in our group would be brazen enough to pay Madrick to kill someone.
Who paid Madrick to kill someone?
This fucking bird.
She's gonna insight check him. She's giving him that look like, really? Oh, my insight's not great.
Well, I mean, that'd be a deception check from Scribble, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And technically, I didn't pay him anything.
Ooh.
Why?
But I mean, I rolled it. But
Why would you do it?
do what?
Why would you sick Madrick on some random noble?
This is not a random noble.
Okay, why some specific noble?
And I offered no money.
Scribble.
This man has been marked for death.
By who?
Satan.
I mean, you're asking, but you know this.
This is for Halia then?
Do you think Madrick is gonna come and defeat a camp full of guards transporting a noble?
No. But Roger knows that somebody from our group has paid him. Or has offered
There
to
was
pay
no
him.
pay.
There's been a reward offered.
There was no reward.
Well, Roger seems to be under the impression that there is.
You're
And
gonna believe
it's-
Roger?
Of course not.
The last time we saw him, he threatened to shoot you with a crossbow the next time he saw you. He might have, if he had it in his hand.
But he's also threatening to tell these guards that we are in on it.
And they're going to believe him? That we offered him money?
Whether they believe him or not, we will all be detained, questioned, possibly hauled off to Dralamar.
These don't seem like the type of guards who are going to detain someone to haul them for questioning.
No. Based on some of the injuries that Roger seems to have sustained, they seem quite heavy-handed. I'm surprised he's still alive.
Passive perceptions. Yeah. You both become aware. Both. Boy, I need my chart of players. Give me a second here.
My passive is 17 for perception.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a list somewhere, but
Mine's
having a hard
21.
time finding it.
Man, that's crazy for a bird.
Yeah. Lunalia's got the 21. That's the one I was thinking of. Lunalia, you become aware of the scout on the hill above you, moving your way, padding along a little quietly, and you look up, and she's not looking your way, but she's a heck of a lot closer to the two of you than she was a minute ago.
Do you mind? I'm trying to have a conversation.
What kind of fish is that?
It's a bluegill.
Without even acknowledging you, she just slowly kind of keeps pacing on and disappears over the edge of the hill.
Lunalia's going to lean down closer to Scribble and say, I can't afford to be hauled off to Dralamar. Or taken out into the woods and killed. There's not enough of us, I don't believe, to take this many on. So as much as it's distasteful to me, we can't let Roger talk.
You gonna kill him?
Well, I don't see that we have a choice. If we can find out... Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this. If we can find out where Ham and Sam has been taken off to...
He's right there, in that tent.
Amazing.
ham sandwich is here.
Are you sure that murder is really what this man deserves?
I
Is
didn't murder
Halia worth it?
anybody.
Is Halia worth it?
Are you considering murdering somebody?
She's just going to give you a dead-eyed stare. No, I'm considering murdering 2 somebodies.
I mean, you can go kill Roger if you want.
If Roger talks, it puts us all in danger.
So cut him free. Wouldn't be
You're
the
right.
first person that you've let go.
You're right. Maybe I can get him snuck out. Don't let Nora or Rogar know.
Know what?
Exactly. And she'll head off towards where Nora is.
Just in time, Rogar's food's ready. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm not really
5.
hungry right now. I'm just going to stay here for a while.
All right. The water business or something. I just kind of go off.
Wow.
Everything okay, Scribble?
Yeah, she's listening to Roger for some reason.
Oh, that guy.
The one who's threatened to shoot us with a crossbow every time he sees us.
Yeah, I remember him.
Piece of shit.
Uh, those of you sort of looking around would notice that that the knight is speaking quietly with Zarakan outside of Roger's tent. Seems to be just catching up on what's going on around the area, whatnot. You could, if you were concerned, you could make a perception check to listen in if you wanted. But
Nora will kind of like pass by. Is that? I see there's some art up there with like a wood. Looks like a wood chopping.
there is indeed, yep, and there is a guardsman over there, splitting lumber, likely for the fires.
Yeah. So I'll go and make an effort and pass by and see if I can do that. Perception check. Oh, my first attempt through.
Not bad. Yeah, you listen in, and as you sort of pass by them, you catch a bit of the conversation. It sounds like Zarakan's talking about the area, things he's observed, creatures he's observed, passersby. He's been camped out here for a few months. The knight's asking him about these bandits, and is he aware of any of their activity on the road as of late? And Zarakan responds with, "No, I've been a little ways off the road, tending to a shrine." He mentions the fey creatures that attacked, and does speculate out loud that they their timing was somewhat coincidental with this group that he's now traveling with, or that he traveled here with. And yeah, that's kind of the gist of what you catch. Seems like Zarakan is just honestly catching this knight up on what he's been up to the past few months.
All right, then I make my way, and I just kind of a little bit of a earshot warning to the guard behind. It's like, hey, just getting some wood, and I just start working.
He just about jumps out of his boots as you walk up. Um, right. Take whatever you need. He takes a few steps away from the pile of lumber. I don't want any trouble.
And Noro just kind of like, I don't know, smells his armpits or something. Like, is it me? I don't know. Just
You notice
He's allergic to lavender.
You notice the guy looks past you, back at his commander, and just sort of nods and takes a couple more steps back.
I start chopping some wood up.
All right. As you do that, you notice he kind of calms down a bit and just kind of watches you work, and then goes and finds something else to do, seeing as how you took his job.
Everybody's so edgy.
So you find yourselves here in the early to mid-afternoon at this small military camp. A couple of groups of armed soldiers come and go. You see the party that was led by the half-elven scout that helped Zerakin out of the pinch earlier stop by, report to the knight that seems to be leading this group, whose name you catch as Sir Adrian Vesk. The scout nods at a couple of you on their way out of the camp. There's some activity in and out. Reports come in. You listen in over the course of a couple of hours and an early afternoon meal, and nothing promising so far. It seems to be a rather large manhunt, and from what you can piece together, there are maybe 20 to 30 Dralian Guard spread out up and down the coast looking for Madrick. But so far, no sign of him. He seems to have slipped away. What's everybody up to? What would you like to do as the day leans towards evening here? Are we going to camp here for the night? Are you going to collect your weapons and go camp across the street somewhere?
Lunalia kind of wants to camp nearby. She doesn't want to completely leave the camp, but she wants to be, apart from them a bit. So she would maybe move up onto that hill where the scout was, like down behind her somewhere.
Okay. What's everybody else doing?
That's only if we plan on staying. If the group decides that they want to go like across the road, she'll go with them.
I think staying near the camp is a good idea.
Probably the safest thing.
Yeah. I don't like not having our weapons.
And I don't trust these people.
And it's decided.
So you're staying here in the camp then?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No, we were gonna stay like right across, like so we could have our weapons back. I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like if we move up onto the hill or something, would we be allowed to keep our weapons?
I mean, if you leave the camp, you can take your weapons, and then you could circle around and go up there if you wanted, sure.
Okay.
It seems to be, the no weapons rule seems to be within the camp only, right?
Okay.
And You would guess, based on the limited number of people in the camp, that it's you know it's a measure of safekeeping, right? Like, 6 well-armed adventurers walk into a camp where there's only 4 or 5 people around. You could make pretty quick work of the place.
Right.
So yeah, if you guys want to separate from them, Adrian would bid you farewell and mention to Zarek, and he's looking forward to him returning in the morning to help with the interrogation. And he corrects himself and says the questioning of the prisoner. And you're free to take your weapons and leave. You find all of them under the tarp, where you left them, untouched.
As we're leaving the camp and strolling around, do we see any sign of what might be magic?
I mean, you know what? You could make a perception check, and if you spent some time, sort of like pacing around the perimeter of the camp, or or wandering at a distance, you could definitely roll with advantage if you took some time.
All right, I'll do that while we're setting up the camp.
The rest of you might notice Scribble sort of wandering about, just having a look around, looking off in the distance. Nothing. But there is a spot on the far side of the stream, up a little hill. A tuft of trees and coastal brush pokes out of the top of a knoll. You feel like you don't see movement. You just feel like that's a spot where if somebody wanted to watch this camp, they might sit. And you get a feeling about it. You can't quite shake. Like it's worth going over and maybe having a look later on. Maybe when it gets dark, or when nobody's looking. It's about 120 feet away to the southwest. And it has a clear view of this entire camp and the area around it.
Did you, sorry if I wasn't paying attention, did you say that this group is a different group than what Noro ran into the day before?
You would have found out that it's part of the same group. That they have spread out along the road and are searching the countryside on either side of the road, looking for this fugitive.
Does Lunalia recognize any of them from, like, is the scout that she saw when she was in her panther form there?
It would have been no, actually, you don't see him.
Okay.
You might if you hang around late enough, but there are several scouts in this group. It's somewhere like you would figure, just sort of based on the size of the camp and the comings and goings that you watch, maybe between 20 and 30 total in this group. And I think I don't know if anybody's asked outright, but what you've heard so far is that this armed detachment from the Dralian Guard was headed south towards Phandalin when they came across a fight between these bandits and Hammond Sam and his guards. So if there's nothing else that anybody wants to do here in the afternoon, as evening comes, you prepare to go find another spot to make camp. As you do that, Scribble, did you want to go check out that spot?
Yeah, I was going to.
All right. Are you going to quietly sneak away from the group, or are you just going to split off as the group goes to find a campsite?
I'll just kind of split off.
Okay. I imagine anyone with a high enough perception would probably notice Scribble just sort of wander off to the southwest as
Yep,
you guys are
Lunalia
going to...
would. Unless he's stealthing.
Well,
But she's
Nope.
keeping an eye on Scribble.
Yep, you watch him move off towards a tuft of flora that pokes up the top of a knoll to the southwest. You kind of watch the dark dot of the Kenku climb the side of the small hill, disappear into the brush there. Scribble, go ahead and make a investigation or survival check. Investigation if you're looking for any remains somebody might have left behind, or survival if you're just looking for, tracks or signs. Someone was here. For a while, actually. As you pace around the area, you find the signs that someone had sort of lain down in the tall grass here under the brush, out of sight, in a way where they could see the camp. They must have been here for a time. Some other tracks that you find nearby indicate that they were perhaps spooked by someone, and decided to move.
Can I tell how old they were?
Like how long ago they were here?
Yeah, like how recent?
No, he wants to know if the guy was 17.
No more than a day.
So you would think that, like, if this was magic or someone scouting the camp, it would have been after that they had already been the Roger had already been captured.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's plausible that this is Madrick come back to see if he could break Roger out. It might be somebody else entirely, but there's no way to tell who it was. But
okay, if that's what I see and nothing else, then I'll just kind of head back.
okay.
Probably find Lunali in a bush.
Evening comes and the tall grasses blow in the coastal breeze. The sky begins to change colors as a brilliant sunset begins. You gather in your swiftly built small camp, some distance away from the main military camp. Zarakin excuses himself at some point and just says, I think I'd like to be, well, closer to their prisoner, just to make sure that he's left alone this evening. I'm not entirely comfortable with the thought of, him being left alone with them. I don't trust those men to keep their word. I hope you don't mind that I don't camp with you this night.
They've lied to us at least once. You're in your right to not believe them.
His eyes narrow and he cocks his head to one side as he looks at you. Interesting. Care to share?
The nobleman who was gravely wounded is perfectly fine in the tent right over there.
Is he? Well, now that is interesting. Perhaps it is a ruse. If he was not injured as badly as they are claiming, they're hiding him to prevent another attack. Still, why would they not have just escorted him back to town? Interesting indeed. Well, I'll play dumb. Let's see what I can learn. He flashes a toothy grin and wanders back towards the camp. As evening turns to night, is there anything else anybody wants to do here, or shall we take a long rest?
Lunelli's gonna ask Scribble because he's the only one that's seen Em and Sam, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's completely unhurt.
He appeared to be fine from the glance that I got.
Yeah, no bandages, no wounds, no nothing. Just looked 100%. Sitting there calmly, penning a letter.
Let's get that letter.
Let's go have a chat with him.
See,
That too.
you know the blonde knight who kept looking off in the distance. Who was he looking at? His commander or towards his?
When you were talking to him about Roger's condition, about them, roughing him up after they'd captured him, it was clear he was looking sort of towards the direction that the older man that he was talking to went, who appears to be his subordinate, maybe a sergeant.
Oh, okay. But that man's not in the camp anymore.
You didn't see him after that. Like he went off, and a couple of guardsmen joined him, and maybe he went out on patrol or went out looking for Madrick himself. But Adrian Vesk seems to be the knight seems to be in command of this group here. Everything you've observed indicates that he runs the show here.
Does it look like for the camp that there's a lot more people here at night than there were during the day?
Yeah, as the evening sets in, even from where you are sort of up and over the hill, you hear an increase in activity at the camp, and anybody who goes to have a look would see that several groups have returned for an evening meal, and then a couple of groups head back out at night. The scouts primarily, most of whom are half elven. One would imagine for the dark vision, and you're not entirely sure if they're going out for another round of searches or if they're just going out to take up night watch. But a few people exit the camp, but there are definitely more here than before. And you imagine some of the groups, if they've ranged far enough out looking for Madrick, may have just set up camp wherever they are and not come all the way back. Noro would have definitely mentioned to you guys that, in fact, he did last session that these guardsmen are as far south as the bridge. A couple days journey to the south, or a day's journey to the south, and they seem to have a sort of semi-permanent post there.
Does it look like I would be able to make it to the tent?
With the right perception and stealth checks, you absolutely could. But here, let's do this. Let's make it nighttime.
Oh, nice. So
Well-
talking amongst ourselves. When Scribble mentioned maybe we need to go and have a conversation, she will go ahead and cast Pass Without a Trace.
I'm assuming you choose the entire party.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just putting some guards about. Alrighty. Oop.
It's a lot of guards.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lot of murder.
Scribble, go ahead and if you're gonna head back towards the camp, go ahead and make a stealth check with that +10 from Pass Without a Trace. Is anybody
I'm gonna
going
cast
with him,
Mage
or-
Armor before we take off.
Oh yeah, of course.
You said stealth.
Mm-hmm. So
Plus 10.
22.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. As you sneak back towards the camp, how are you approaching?
Like how or from what direction?
Both.
Oh, okay. I think it looks like it's probably like the safest to try to go like south. I mean, are these bushes here like small enough that I can hide, or large enough I can hide in them?
Yes, yeah, for sure. That is actually a tree, and there is that same half elven woman who was up on the hill earlier. She's still there. Looks like she has a small meal that was brought up to her, and she is completely oblivious to your approach. She's like, mid sandwich and doesn't even notice you're there.
What
You
kind of
scrabble
sandwich?
You scrabble down the hillside and sneak along the riverbank there. The river is also, the bank sort of slopes down a few feet to the narrow river there. So you can basically hide anywhere along the riverbank. And it's certainly easier behind those bushes. So with that stealth check, yeah, you were completely unnoticed. There's a large group of guards and scouts around the fire. Zarakin is there halfway through a story that has several of them chuckling. He himself can't help but crack a smile as he boasts about some great battle from years past. What are you doing?
I'd like to see if there's a chance to make my way actually into the tent this time.
It's a canvas tent. You could cut an opening in the backside of the tent, There is perhaps a place where you could cut the stitching on a seam somewhere and sneak in, or perhaps if you wanted to, you could just crawl underneath the edge of the tent where it comes down to the ground. There are ways to get in without just going in through the front door.
Oh, okay. Can I get around to the back of the tent then, and then like listen to see if I can hear any noise, like as if someone's wrestling?
Yeah, make a perception check. Fuck. That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, I was I figured I'd let the stealth check stand, but their perception reflects your ability to find a good window in which to move, and you certainly do. Watching everyone around you, you spot an opening where a chuckles turn to laughter around the fire. And as a few of the outliers sort of crowd in closer to hear Zerikin's tale, you spot your opportunity and bolt for the back of the tent. As you run up to the tent, in the shadow behind the tent, you see eyes. No shape, just eyes pop open for a second, lock onto you, and then blink out of existence again. And you get that same feeling that you got from the shadow you saw earlier, that you're being watched.
Sons of bitches. So the eyes, do they look like the things with the chains that attacked me, or do they look more like Talisa?
I mean, they're all the same, right? They're all the same race. They're all
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're all a variant of Elvish, and they had that sort of almond shape to them. They looked like Elvish eyes, dark pupils, and they flashed for just a second and disappeared. Yeah, like that.
I thought hers might be different since her face was all fucked up.
So what are you doing? You've made it to the back of the tent.
I wanted to crawl into the tent.
Okay. You find a spot where the canvas is loose between, a good distance between two of the stakes that pin it to the ground. Loose enough where you can lift it up just enough to crawl underneath. I'll let the perception check stand as you peer inside through the crack at the bottom of the canvas before you lift it up, just making sure that there's no one in there or nobody to see you. And you don't see anyone. The tent seems to be empty.
Where'd that bastard go?
With Roger.
Well, then, can I look around and see, like, if I could find, like, the letter or something that was being written earlier, or?
You can have a look, sure. Make an investigation check. Not great. You don't find the letter. There are several sheets of blank parchment, ink and quill. There are several what look like missives or orders that are rolled up. Two of them with seals on them. and one of them that just has like a piece of twine holding the scroll shut, like it's been opened previously and then just fastened shut again with a bit of twine.
Do I recognize the seals at all?
You could make a history check. Make a knowledge local check.
It's not Pathfinder.
Yeah, I know.
Well, he has that book on nobility of Dralamar, doesn't he? Wouldn't he know like crests and
He
stuff?
does actually. I mean, he's from Dralamar, so he would have advantage on it, especially given his his keen eye for such things.
So he can roll advantage.
Mm-hmm.
It did no good.
Ugh.
Ouch. It's a very official looking seal. It's definitely one you've seen before, but you can't place it. Both of them have the same seal on them, and it's some sort of official seal from the city.
All right, I will just unroll the one that didn't have the seal on it, just the twine.
All right. You unroll it. It's written in common. The penmanship is looks like something very, very official from a clerk of the council court or something along those lines. It is a writ placing Sir Adrian Veth. Sorry, hang on. Let me get his name right. Where'd it go? Placing the White Stag, Sir Adrian Vesk, in command of a detachment of the Dralian Guard indefinitely, for the purposes of protecting the remote outpost of Phandalin, a new interest for the city-state of Dralamar. The writ references the other documents to be delivered on arrival to Phandalin for those currently leading the militia as well as looking after the needs of the town.
Okay, I'll just put that back then. Well, is there a signature on it?
It is. Yes, give me a second here. Oh boy, I gotta dig deep for this one. Let's see if I've got it in my database here. It is. It is signed on the authority of the Lord Regent Geralius Dumont III.
Who dis?
Well, Scribble's definitely heard of him before. He's the guy that runs Dralamar. He's the Lord Regent. Presides over the council.
Mm.
Now I've got a signature I can mimic.
But you've also seen, this is likely not his signature. You've seen this before. You've probably seen documents before that are penned by a clerk of the council or whatnot. It bears his seal. It bears his mark next to the signature, and it's not really a signature. It just says on the Lord Regent's authority.
Oh, okay.
It's like from the office of the president, right? The president doesn't necessarily sign every single document produced by the White House. It's that type of thing.
Okay. So looking around this tent, does this definitely look like it would be Ham and Sam's tent, like the nobility tent?
It looks like, yeah, you know what? Make make another investigation check. Let's see how you do.
I'll pop a wheelie first.
This one can actually be with advantage. Just given where you're from and the types of lifestyles you've observed, not all of them closely, some at a distance, but you're very familiar with city folk.
Nice.
There we go. This tent looks like it was hastily reconfigured or hastily set up to host somebody unexpected. There are a few fineries that appear to have been transferred here from perhaps Ham and Sam's coach, although you definitely didn't see any sort of traveling coach or anything near the camp. Yeah, it looks like somebody's done their best to make a noble at home in a military tent as best they could. There is there's a bottle of some sort of liqueur, maybe brandy. The bottle itself is not fine, but the content, perhaps something smuggled or something kept by the knight or the sergeant for special occasions, is now sitting on the corner of the desk here. There's a few signs of finer things here that have been sort of hastily provided to make somebody feel a little bit more taken care of that you wouldn't expect to see in a military camp. Everything else about this camp, the way it's set up, is very trim and proper, neat, tidy, and run a certain way. But there's something a little bit different about this place. It's definitely it's been rigged up for Mr. Sam.
Okay, so I would like to just leave him a note.
All right.
And in the note, just say, "Your life is in danger. I would like to prevent that. See you tomorrow, and thanks for the liquor."
Wow.
Signed, Madrick.
And then I will just kind of put it on the bed or something where you can't miss it, and then take the liquor bottle and exit the tent out the back the way I came in. If I can.
Your life is in danger. I would like to prevent that. See you tomorrow. Thanks for the liquor. Do you sign it or do you leave it unsigned?
I'll leave it unsigned.
And whose handwriting? Yours? Somebody else's?
I mean, mine if I have handwriting.
The Lord Regent's.
And do I see anything for his handwriting? Can I just copy his own handwriting? No, I mean, I don't really. I had intended it just in like my handwriting.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I had intended it just like in my own handwriting.
Okay. And you're taking the bottle then?
Yeah.
Nice. As you're grabbing the bottle, you hear footsteps. And the tent flap begins to peel open, letting some of the bright firelight in.
Can I tell, like how tall the figure is trying to come in?
Yeah, you see a gloved hand and then a glint of armor, as it looks like just one of the guardsmen.
All right, I just want to exit then if it's not him.
All right. As you sort of tuck and roll out through the opening that you'd sort of pulled open at the bottom of the tent towards the back, you glance over your shoulder and you see the guardsman come in as you pull the canvas back down, just peeking through the crack. You see him take a couple steps towards the desk, stop, look back over his shoulder, and then his form changes from that of an armored guard. And now you realize something. You didn't hear the sound of his armor when he moved. His form shifts from that of an armored guard to the tall, sort of lanky, bald Hammond Sam. Just wearing sort of long, simple robes. A slight smile spreads across his face as he goes back over to the desk, looks down at the corner of the desk where his liquor bottle was, and just stares at it. And as he starts looking around the room, I imagine at that point you'd probably want to get the hell out of there.
Vamos.
Yeah.
While Scribble is off doing that,
Sneaky bird.
Linalia's going to give Noro a pat on the shoulder and say, I need to stretch my legs for a bit. I'm going for a walk.
Got it from here.
Where are you going?
Well, she's gonna wander away until she's sort of far enough from the camp that nobody would even think to look at her anymore. And then she's going to very quietly sneak back to camp as she wants to try and get into the tent that Roger is in.
Okay.
So, she'll walk away for like 10, 15 minutes and then circle back. How tall is this cliff?
10 to 15 feet. It's
Oh,
not high.
fuck.
Like,
Okay.
it's just high enough where you'd fall to prone.
Great. Okay.
It's not. You can climb down it. It just slows you down a bit.
Yeah, so rather than, come around the cliff, she'll just go down over it hopefully while nobody is looking.
Well, I mean, to determine if nobody's looking, you probably want to start off with a stealth check.
Yeah.
And
But
with your plus
I
10.
still have up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's an hour, right?
Yeah.
Concentration,
Ooh.
though. So
Yeah.
Again with a 22, which is higher than anybody's passive perception, including yours, as well as the active perception of the scout, who's now long since finished with their sandwich.
What kind of sandwich? I
Well,
never heard back.
Make a perception check.
Don't care. Yeah, so she'll sneak her way down the cliff and then try to quickly move into the, up against the tent.
Okay. Yeah, you find a spot relatively out of sight, and thankfully, due to your spell, pad over quietly. You notice the grass springs back up as soon as your foot leaves it, leaving, as the spell says, no trace.
Mm-hmm.
And even your footsteps, treading as quietly as you can, seem extra muffled by the spell.
I'll listen at the tent to see if she hears talking or to see if there's anyone else in the tent.
Perception?
Ooh.
Ooh. I mean, the good news is you don't hear anybody. The bad news is the sound from the conversation around the campfire kind of drowns out anything that you could have possibly heard from within.
Okay, well, she will wait. She'll wait until she hears a moment of, I don't know, some sort of loudness around the campfire before, attempting to split a seam or something to sneak away in.
All right, easy enough. You wait a bit. You find an opportune moment, and you crawl underneath the canvas at the back of the tent. As you do that, you hear the conversation. Zerikin loudly telling a raucous tale of battles from years past. He stops for a second, and then starts up again. There's just a lull in the conversation, where he stops and everybody, hanging on his next word, pauses in the chatter about him. It gets awkwardly quiet for a second, right as you crawl under the edge of the tent. But he picks up again, only skipping a couple beats. Roger eyes you suspiciously from the corner where he's tied to the post. Was hoping
She'll hold her finger up to her lips.
Was hoping I'd see you.
She's going to move up right close to him. If I set you free, where will you go?
Anywhere but here. Got a spot I can lay low back in the city. Take the long way there. Help if I had something to eat along the way.
Will you be rejoining Madrick?
Fuck Madrick. He got me into this mess and left me here to die. It's the last time I trust him.
Does he still look like he's injured at all?
He looks the way you left him. He looks, pretty much healed up. A little bruised, a little roughed up around the edges. But yeah, certainly in a lot better health. He doesn't look like he's been roughed up since you left. And he says, I've got some people back in the city. Place to lie low. I think I'll do better there than middle of nowhere, small towns, and robbing folks. Skills like mine, I'll find work.
And you'll keep your mouth shut regarding our involvement?
Man of my word.
Can she insight check him?
Sure. You beat his deception check. He would betray you. You feel like he would betray you if there was something in it for him. There definitely isn't anything in it for him here, but this, you get that feeling that this could haunt you in the future. Not sure how, but
okay. And his hands are bound above him to a pole?
Behind his back to a post that's been hammered into the ground.
She is going to... She doesn't really have like a dagger or anything, so she's going to pull out just whatever knife I guess she uses for eating.
Yeah, I imagine, pretty much...
Ice knife.
pretty much.
No, that hurts me too.
I'm gonna blast the ropes with ice. Oh, I killed him.
Also, she doesn't have it prepared today.
Yeah, no, I imagine even if it's not in your inventory, I mean, you cannot survive without some sort of cutting implement, right? Like
Yeah.
everybody's got a boot knife, a pocket knife, a camp knife, something.
Hmm. Yeah, so she'll move behind him to where his hands are bound, and she'll pull her knife. And she'll say, "You're definitely right about trust." And instead of slitting his bonds, she will slit his throat.
Oh shit!
Jesus.
Oh,
Wow.
a druid?
I have to sleep in the same bed as her tonight. I'm a little worried. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Too much snapped. I'm just kidding.
A dagger is 1d4.
Well, I mean, I was kind of hoping that him being bound, it would just be a quick thing. What am I rolling?
You roll an attack with advantage. It's gonna auto crit.
I don't. Unarmed, I guess?
You're using a dagger.
Yeah, just make a dexterity or strength check and add your proficiency to it.
Proficiency with what?
Just make an acrobatics check.
Okay.
That suffices for an attack roll with advantage.
Oh, it was gonna be an 18.
I mean, yeah, 15 hits. The knife finds its mark. And as the blade sinks in, he starts to cry
She's
out.
gonna slap her hand over his mouth before he can.
Okay. Why don't you make a grapple check with advantage?
Oh,
Just for fun.
Jesus. The dude's tied up. Grapple check. That's strength.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not...
It's athletics. It's contested athletics. No, disadvantage. Yeah. You manage to get your hand over his mouth as he struggles against it. And yeah, you hold him down as the light leaves his eyes. That is fucking cold.
Nice.
So once she can feel that his breathing has stopped, she's going to wipe her tiny little knife off on his clothes. She's going to take a very quiet, deep breath, and she's going to shapeshift into a panther.
Yeah, breathe in that murder.
And eat the corpse?
And she's going to bite him. She's going to slash him across the body and across the neck to cover the blade mark. And as soon as she's done that, she's going to exit the tent.
As you're doing that, you hear footsteps and sudden light as the tent flap is peeled back. You hear a fuck as you see a guardsman standing there wide-eyed, sees you in your panther form as you're tearing out the back of the tent.
So as soon as she sees him, she's going to bolt.
Okay. What is your armor class as a panther?
I am pulling that up.
Fuck, never mind.
Why?
Because I rolled garbage on my perception check to even see you. There is a clamor. Guards jump up. Several of them flock to the entrance of the tent. The rest of you, I'm guessing your camp is 100, 200 feet away, Like maybe in
Yeah.
earshot, but definitely up and over the hill, right?
Enough that we could hear them like loudly laughing, but not conversations, I
Yeah,
would
there you go.
imagine.
Yeah, so like the rest of you would definitely hear a large commotion, shouts, perhaps a horn being blown. Um, the clang of steel as weapons are picked up and readied. Armored feet hustling
Do we
from
have our
inside of the camp.
weapons? I forget.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
we
you
do.
took them back.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess
As-
Rogar would like make his way to the scout, like not drawing anything.
Okay. As you do, kind of coming out of the darkness, she turns and there is a longbow leveled at you. Stop right there.
I heard a horn and I heard yelling.
She glances over her shoulder and then her eyes quickly lock back on you. They've got it under control. Back away. Back to your camp.
All right. And he'll just slowly back up, hands still up in the air.
Okay. Lenalia, are you going straight back to the camp, or are you
No.
kind of taking the long ways around? Or
She is taking the long ways around.
okay.
She's going to do the same thing she did the other night at the camp. Once she's far enough away, she'll crouch down in the grass, laying flat on her belly, as a panther still. And then she'll proceed to sort of circle around the back of heading down this way down the road. But away from the camp.
Okay. Make a stealth check. Panther stealth.
Panther stealth. Can I roll it here? Nope.
You still got past without a trace too.
Yes.
Uh.
Okay, Panthers are 16.
Yep. A stealth of +6.
Okay. So I will roll.
You should be able to roll it from that link. Like if you go to that link,
What
there
link?
should be the one I just posted. On both the Discord and the Roll20. If you go to that link, you should have D&D Beyond.
I got it.
Beyond 20 buttons you can push. So a 25 total. As you slink low through the brush and find a spot to lie low, you listen to the commotion die down from shouts to organized movements to orders being barked, and eventually guardsmen start fanning out from the camp, searching.
She is hoping that her being spotted by a guardsman the night previous will help her in this regard.
Torches come out as they, as not just the scouts with dark vision, but as all of them start fanning out around the camp. You see a few of them are now guarding the camp defensively as the rest of them start searching out in pairs.
Does she see the guard at all that she saw the other night?
Make a perception check. No.
Okay. Then if she doesn't spot him, she's going to continue to head south. And she will... Oh, man. She will... She's pretty sure, I think, at this point that nobody can see her. How far away did the closest guards look?
Even moving at 50 foot, 25. So moving at half speed, while sneaking, you're still able to move relatively quickly. You can get far enough south and around them where you can cut across their path well before they get to you.
Okay.
You know, staying out of the range of torchlight, you could even move fast. And they wouldn't see or hear you.
Yeah, then she is going to make for wherever the river meets up towards the road in the south.
Yeah, it never actually crosses the road here. Not anywhere near. It winds sort of alongside the road and then away from it, widening in a way that leads you to believe that it eventually, heads west towards the coast. But there are plenty of spots where it's easy enough to ford it. It's only 7 to 10 feet across in places and fairly shallow.
So she'll swim across as a panther and, move some distance away from the camp on the other side of the river. And then she'll reapproach the camp. And when she gets within, 500 feet, I guess, under the cover of some trees, she will revert to her druid form and head for the river.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing after hearing this commotion and maybe seeing Rogar come back after being shooed away?
How late is it?
Well, I mean, it would have been after your outing and probably return. Lunalia, did you wait until Scribble came back, or did you just...
No, I left before he came back.
Okay, so Scribble, you've maybe been back with the others for a handful of minutes when this happens.
Oh, I don't have a drink.
Yeah, Lunelli's going to slip into the river away from the camp and, proceed to do a swim, maybe catch a fish or two.
All right.
Definitely catch a fish or two.
Yeah, make a survival check.
Okay.
As a panther?
No, she's a druid again.
Holy shit. Catch a fish or two. How are you, when you said you came back towards the camp, like are you within a couple 100 feet of the camp, kind of intending for like somebody to eventually find you so that
Yeah, she's swimming in the river not too far from the camp, with the intention of catching fish. If somebody were to spot her in the river, they're like, what the fuck is she doing? She's just going to say she's catching fish. What the hell are you doing?
Fully clothed or not?
She's got most of her clothes off.
Okay.
There's your favorite guard staring at you.
Torchlight up and over the riverbank, out of sight, glares through the tall grass as you hear footsteps approach. The river, the water surface about you suddenly glitters with the reflection of that torchlight. Who's there?
Put the torches out. You'll scare the fish away.
And yeah, as you say that, you hear I'm sorry. And the light is suddenly extinguished. I didn't mean to. Ooh. What's your business there? Out for a swim?
She's just gonna hold the two fish that she already has up. I'm getting fish.
The scales of the fish glitter in the what bit of starlight there is, as the guard risks a glance, makes out your shape and the fish dangling in midair, as his companion closes in from behind. What's the... Oh. Sorry. Fucking weird. Shh. Come on. Why'd you put out your torch? Privacy. Let's move on. And they do. And you are left alone with your fish.
Yeah, she'll stay for another 15 minutes, maybe get another fish, and then she will climb out of the river on the other side. Wipe herself off with some leaves, put the rest of her clothes back on. Like, she's not totally nude.
By this time, those of you back at the camp would hear footsteps approach. A slender half-elven man, dark hair, approaches. He's wearing scout's attire, just soft leather armor, has a bow slung over his back and a short sword at his hip. I was sent to check on you all. There was an attack at our camp. Are you all accounted for here?
I think so, yes. Our one of our friends goes for, I guess, swims or
Whatever
whatnot.
she does.
Yeah, I don't really know. She does it at nighttime. She should be back soon. Is everything all right? Or, well, is everyone all right? I guess I should ask.
Uncertain. I was told to check on all of you. Everyone is well here?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
haven't had any issues.
I see.
We heard the noise, but your scout friend over there said it's under control, so we didn't move.
He looks back over his shoulder and nods. All right, then. Come to the camp in the morning if you hear nothing from us over the night.
All
Don't
right, we'll
leave
do.
without
Don't
checking
leave
in
town.
first.
Hmm.
And he backs away into the darkness.
Don't leave.
Wonder what that's about.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
Lunali would probably be back at this point with her fish.
Scribble. What did Nalia talk about?
By the river?
Mm-hmm.
She was mad at me. Roger got to her. You know, the one who threatens to kill us every time he sees us with his crossbow. Trying to get her to let him go. Or let us to help him escape.
Well, she said she was going to take a walk. Well, she usually goes by the water, and we're by a river anyway, so...
As long as you're not some big blue thing that tries to gurgle us again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she'll head back into camp now with her fish.
Would you like a drink, Noro?
Oh, man.
Would I?
Hand it over. Hand it over.
It's a sweet liqueur, a brandy of sorts that's surprisingly smooth. Something of a quality you may never have had, Noro. It's quite good, but definitely not what you're used to.
I try to hog it, I guess.
Is
As
this
long
what
as I
they
get
give
the
human
bottle back.
children?
Can
Well-
I make an insight check? Like, not asking Scribble anything, just like cocking my head and looking at it like, where Where the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely. Like it is a bottle you've never seen him with before, and you guys are at this camp, and suddenly he's got a bottle.
Oh, he must have got it from town.
Yeah.
Do you like the bottle?
You asking me that or Noro?
Yeah, while you're looking at it.
Well, it must have been pretty expensive.
the
No, it
bottle,
was free. I took it from that tent.
the bottle itself is very plain looking, but the
Jesus
contents
Christ.
are obviously.
Oh.
I'm probably gonna get arrested with it tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
Arrested? What? Wait, is that why they don't want us to leave?
I don't know what that was about, but we needed some way to talk to Ham and Sam. So I left a note and said and thanked him for the liquor.
That is why we're not leaving in the morning. You stole the bottle.
I like that Scribble is just brutally honest.
Yeah.
Well, why would he lie? This is a
Yeah.
scribble maneuver. Yeah, I took it from that tent over there. Nobody said I couldn't.
I needed it.
I need this.
Well, it tastes good. Nice to take another swig.
Yeah, Scribble, you watch your recent acquisition quickly drain away.
Yeah, Lunelli is just going to set about smoking her fish.
Never had that before. I just hand them back the bottle.
I'll see if we can find some more from some other tents.
You're pretty sure that this is something like this was maybe the commander's private bottle, and he felt obliged to hand it over to the noble who's unexpectedly staying with them now. It's definitely not something you just find in any old tent or in any old crate of military supplies, but you never know. You might find something else. Maybe he's got more stashed. The camp nearby gets very quiet for a while. Occasional movement, chatter. You see torches spreading out and winking out of view as they get far enough away to evade your vision, and the night marches on. Is there anything that you're going to do? Any watches you set up overnight?
Rogar will take first watch.
Okay.
Wake me when you're done and I will take the next.
Alright.
Roger, go ahead and make a perception check. Advantage with the shield. Very quiet this night. The clouds have cleared off. Faint starlight lights the landscape around you. You alternate between looking through the goggles and then taking them off to have a look around to see what things look like under the natural light of the stars. Occasional sound from the scout on the hill. There is a changing of the guard at some point midway through your watch as the scout is relieved and one of the guardsmen climbs the hill, sits down on the stone there, and continues the watch. You reach the end of your shift without incident and wake Lunalia. Go ahead and make a perception check, Lunalia. With a 22, as you scan the darkness about your camp, turning your back to the glow of the faint firelight on the camp up and over the hill from you, you see a shape in the darkness that doesn't fit nature. Something humanoid, crouched low, shrouded fairly well by bushes, but just the unnatural, round of a shoulder in amongst the foliage catches your eye.
How far away?
30 or so feet from you, opposite the direction from, so to the west, opposite the direction of the other camp.
She's gonna look behind. Well, she's going to strafe, keeping her eyes on the target very slowly, moving in that direction until she's about 15 feet away.
So not looking like you're approaching whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You manage to approach without spooking it.
She will crouch down low as well. And then she will turn her head just slightly to say, "Who are you? What is your business here?"
The shape slowly turns in your direction, and you see just the glint of starlight off of reflective eyes. I'm watching your friend.
Aren't we all? Why are you watching my friend?
There are people after him. I hope to protect him. I thought I
And
was
you
well
are?
hidden enough, but clearly I wasn't.
And you are?
She, still crouched low, moves a little bit closer to you, and you see a pale-skinned elf, long hair covering part of her face. My name is Talisa. I am a former Shadesworn. Your friend, the Kenku. I've watched over him for some time. Those of my order have come for him before. I believe you've met them. There are more, and they will move soon.
Why are they after him? He's a troublemaker for sure. But why would they hunt him?
They believe he stole something. A fragment.
I'm shocked.
A fragment of it. She kind of smiles for a second. A fragment of a god's power. A darkness that he should not have.
And did he steal it?
I don't believe so. But once they've set their mind to a purpose, it is impossible to sway them. He's in danger, as are you all. You've fought them, so you know how dangerous they can be.
My trust is in very short supply nowadays. So you'll forgive me for not taking you at your word. She'll insight check her, though.
Yeah, go for it. Excellent.
Oh man, my magic die does a thing when I roll a 20.
Oh, cool. as far as you can tell, there's something weird about her. She's not from here. She doesn't look or sound like elves that you've met before. There's sort of an odd color to her skin and a sort of she's a little thin to be, you know, a healthy elf. And there's something unsettling just being in sort of the same space as her. Kind of like being in a spooky crypt, but you know, kind of that same, you know, spooky,
That vibe.
haunting vibe. Yeah. She definitely weirds you out a little bit.
Well, I mean, Lunalia's used to weird, so.
And in the same way, you know, here in the darkness, you can't quite fully see her. It's almost like she blends in with the shadows. Like you can see her face, but around the edges, the sight of her gets a little fuzzy. As far as you can tell, she's being very honest. If anything, she's not holding anything back, but it feels like there's things she hasn't figured out yet, and she's still in the process of figuring it out. She says, I've watched all of you for some time.
Ah, comforting.
In the wizard's sanctum, where you met the man of fire, I was there. In the mine, where the sorcerer fell, I was there. I borrowed something, although I do not think you would want it back. His head. I took
Yes, I do not want that back.
Good. I had questions for it. I thought to question it before the others. They think your friend stole something from our god, and that he is a danger. I disagree. But as I said, there is no swaying them. They will come for him. Be prepared.
The only dangerous thing about that friend is his curiosity and his nimble fingers. If you intend to follow him, do it from a distance. And she'll just walk back to where she was resting previously.
She nods and sort of shuffles back into the shadows beneath the brush about her and just disappears. Scribble.
Hello.
You nod off, thinking about the events of the day, smiling to yourself about your bottle, about the note that you left, how clever all of that felt. And as you drift off into dreams, your eyes open and you are in another world.
Uh-oh.
A dark gloom sets in around you. Distant, muted thunderclaps. Echo. As your vision clears, you see a dimly lit field of cracked stone about you. Ruined buildings, partial walls crumbling, cobbled stone stand around you. Light, diffuse, comes through clouds of deep purples and blues. The only color really in this place. They cast these hues of purple and blue over the landscape around you. A flash of muted lightning beyond the clouds lights the silhouette of a dead tree that stands in the distance. Light seemingly emanating from above it and casting long shadows through its dead branches all about you. Shapes, shadows move, some quickly, some slowly, between the ruins. Some with too many eyes, some with extra limbs, too long to be human, too slender to be healthy. And standing at the far end of these ruins, you see a lone humanoid figure. Slender elven ears, a bald head. Eyes that shine with an unnatural light look up at you. I see you, Shadowborn. It is only a matter of time before I bring you back to face her. Everything around you swirls and suddenly goes black. You snap awake in the darkness. You're back in the camp. It was just a dream.
So does it feel like whenever I stepped on the little pedestal thing?
A little bit like that. As you sort of come awake and look about you, you can see that the shadowy essence, the cloak of shadows that sort of follows you wherever you go, is deep and swirling about you, almost defensively. You kind of draw it in like pulling a cloak or a blanket around you. You feel that comfort, that cold comfort, encircle you.
Too much of that good liquor.
Or not enough.
Mm-hmm.
Well, morning comes. Bright and early, you hear activity from the nearby camp. As guardsmen change shifts, and some come in from the field, and others head out. The sound of ladle in pot, the sound of wood being split, orders being barked. As you all come to consciousness, what are you doing?
Morning already?
It is.
I guess I'll set up my own cooking pot. Because I don't know if they're going to want us back in the camp. And I'll make breakfast.
All right. Before long, you're approached by the knight from yesterday, Adrian Vesk. He's flanked by a pair of guardsmen, well armed, both of them. And with them also is the Dragonborn Zarakin. As they approach, he stops a good 15 feet away or so. Morning. I trust you all
Morning.
slept well.
Well, there was an air of worry, I guess.
There was an attack on our camp last night.
What sort of attack?
One of our guardsmen observed a wild animal maul a prisoner before it escaped. We had men out searching for it through the night, and they did not find it.
Scribble's gonna laugh.
He looks at you, and you can see the anger building in him. I cannot help but think it is not coincidence that a lot of you appear at our camp, and that very night, a prisoner, whom we believe held information regarding this attack, this heinous act, is dispatched. So tell me, what do you have to say to avoid becoming our next prisoners?
A camp full of guards couldn't defend against a wild animal.
Zerikin turns to him and just says, "Let me speak with them." He looks back at Zerikin, just staring daggers at him. "I trust you no more than I trust them. Stand with them." "As you wish." Zerikin slowly walks over towards the lot of you and sits down on a log near the fire. "What's for breakfast, kid?"
Oh, you know.
Cocoa Puffs.
Gruel. It's always gruel, but it's well-spiced gruel.
It's tasteful gruel.
Yeah.
How about them fish?
Yeah, there's fish.
It's a large pot of miso soup.
Wow.
There you go.
One of my rangers says your camp was short one last night when he approached. Observed one of you join at the last minute. Care to explain?
I was fishing, as I do most nights when there's water nearby.
He looks around the rest of the group.
Or she swims in it, Norrell says.
Well, that's how I get the fish. They're in the water.
Make a deception check, advantage.
She's not lying. She was swimming in the river.
It's semantics.
Catch a fish. All right. Ask your guards. They saw me there. Deception. Ooh, I'm not good at that. Terrible.
The guards reported seeing you in the river nearby. Yet I cannot help but think there is some relation between your arrival and his departure. Where are all of you from, and where are you to?
Well, we'll be heading back to Phandalin.
Phandalin? Well, I look forward to seeing you there, for I am the new commander of the militia.
Just as an aside, this isn't out loud. This is out of character. Scribble told everyone what he saw in that tent, didn't he? Or why he went into it, or whatever?
I don't.
No.
Or is it
No.
only me?
Well, I said that I saw Ham and Sam,
Mhm.
but I didn't say that apparently. So was it like a doppelganger type shapeshift, or was it like a disguise magic type?
You did not watch his yeah, you didn't watch his body morph from like one thing into another. It was like an illusion, a magical illusion fading.
Okay.
The fact that you did not hear his armor when he moved would have tipped you off to it being a magical illusion. There might have been like a brief arcane shimmer of the illusion disappearing as well.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, you would think it'd be an illusory spell. Well, I look forward to seeing you all in Phandalin when we arrive.
New captain.
What of Ulrich?
Yes.
Ulrich is retired. A noble gesture for him to take on so much. But with Drelamar's renewed interest in Phandalin, we've offered all this and more. I will be watching you very closely.
Well,
So by all this, you mean 20 guards that can't protect against a forest animal?
just twisting that knife.
What a dick.
What a dick, yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy. You know what? He just turns in a huff and walks away.
Before he gets too far, Lunalia's just going to say, "Why are you lying to us?"
He stops and he doesn't turn, but he stops. And just stands there with his back to you.
Maybe we should be watching you as well.
And he just walks away.
She's just going to let out a big sigh. Humans.
Racist?
She might be.
That's racist!
She just doesn't like that type. They don't necessarily have to be human.
So I'm gonna turn to Zarek and be like, "They really got attacked by an animal."
That is what it appears to be, yes. I was nearby at the time. I heard something enter the tent. I thought. He looks around the group, and you can see he's trying to read each one of you as he says this.
I really hope it's not the same case as what happened at the holy site.
Huh?
Well, Zarikan was at the holy site and got attacked by fey creatures. We're here, and suddenly an animal came in and killed a defenseless person.
Is this common for all of you? Have there been other fey attacks on you or around you?
I think. How many times has it been now? 3
2?
times?
Twice?
Well, I mean, 3 if you include the creatures that attacked him. Right, there was the Korrid, the red caps, the red cap and the whatever else, and then there was the hounds. I don't remember what the hell they're called. The Yeth
Right.
hounds, and then there was this latest attack. God, that's interesting to play it off on that.
Well, it's also because Rogar doesn't know.
Rogar dumb.
No, it's because Rogar legit doesn't know.
Yeah.
It's only including the the group that attacked you. It's only the third time that any of this has happened.
Adrian is correct, though. It is suspicious, to say the least. Incredibly targeted. They are hiding something, that much is clear. I watched that tent. The other one, the large one. A guard exited it. After some time, I did not see him enter, but I saw him leave. Later, he went back in and did not come out again. Strange. He did not act like the others either. Retrieved his meal and ate alone. Spoke to no one.
Do you know which guard it was?
No, that's the thing. His face could have been anyone. No distinguishing features, no scars, no marks. Average height, average build. He would have disappeared in a crowd in an instant, had I not noticed his behavior.
He would be the guard whose armor makes no noise.
I couldn't say. It was loud about the campfire. Only my eyes were working on that night.
Wait a minute. He comes out as a guard, but you never seen him go in?
Hi, well,
Like
we were at
originally?
we were at the camp from the afternoon. I never saw him enter the tent. It's possible he was asleep during the day. He came out, retrieved his meal, ate alone by the river, got up and went back into the tent. Very strange behavior.
Yeah.
Strangest of all, Adrian showed quiet deference to him. A slight bow when he passed. Curious that a knight would bow to one of his subordinates, yes?
Very strange.
Something in that tent, methinks. Or someone.
We can't exactly barge in, can we? We're already not on the best of... Not exactly on their side right now.
I think the one in the tent will find me if we hang around the camp.
Well, it sounds like we and they are both moving in the same direction anyway, back to Phandalin. Maybe we stay nearby. Keep an eye on things.
Seems strange that the one traveling north would then turn around and go south, returning to Phandalin.
Should we beat him there? Maybe talk to Ol.
I don't think Ulrich will have much power to do anything.
I don't think Ulrich wanted the job in the first place.
He didn't. I'd rather him than this man, though. Ulrich's never lied to us.
That you know of.
That I know of.
Everybody lies.
The Dragonborn just watching you all. nodding to himself. Well, as interesting as this all is, you seem to know more about what's going on than I do. And I've never been much of one for the affairs of city folk. I have a shrine to tend to.
I guess you don't have a prisoner to heal this morning.
No. His wounds were beyond what I could help with. Perhaps if I was better prepared. Nevertheless, I will make way for the shrine. I look forward to your return. And I do enjoy a good story. Rogar, see that you bring me one.
Rogar will just bow a little. Of course. I always enjoy sharing a meal.
Well, then I take my leave. Well met. May the Platinum Dragon watch over you all. And, the teeth. The dragon's teeth are... Well, watch out for them. They're sharp. He grins a big, wide, pointed, toothy grin. Lunalia, you cannot help but notice that he is staring at you. There's a long stare, and then he turns and walks away. He knows what you did.
He don't know. He only suspect.
He suspect. So, I'm very cool to end this session here in the next few minutes. If you guys want to think about what you want to do, as we wrap up and how we might want to lead into next week. Do you want to hang out for a while, given that you've got the cold shoulder from Mr. Night Guy? Scribble, are you thinking about nibbling around the edges of that tent one more time? Are you waiting for maybe somebody to reach out to you? Or do you guys want to just bugger off and go fight a dragon?
I was hoping that that like by standing around in the camp, like they and holding the bottle, or just making it visible, that they would either arrest me to let him talk to me, or he would come find me.
I was sort of half thinking that we would just, I don't know, tag along with this group as they head back to Phandalin. Maybe not traveling right with them, but, staying nearby. We're both heading the same direction anyway.
Well, I could definitely tell you this. They don't look like they're going anywhere anytime soon. As you maybe, walk over to the edge of the hill and, survey the camp mid-morning, there is no sign that they're packing up. There are still...
Oh, I guess they're still hunting for
there's still a
Madrick.
manhunt going on, right? And if Ham and Sam is hiding out here, it's unclear whether he's going to go back to Phandalin with them, or he's just, this is a safe place and he's chilling out and hiding, pretending to be gravely injured or whatever. For some reason unknown. But they definitely look like they're dug in here for a while. You could try and talk to Adrian again. You could try and talk to a scout or a guardsman, and spread a rumor or get some information. You could, but if you do hang out long enough, something will happen. Scribble, you've got that nagging feeling that if I just stick around for a little bit, you're definitely sure that your note got read, right? And it's highly likely that this guy would figure out that it's these people who are staying nearby.
I mean, I think it's definitely worth staying for the day. Just to see how events unfold. You know, what we could, whether it's under the pretense of we're resting up or, you know, whatever. You know, to see how things play out. But I wouldn't want to spend, you know, days here if they're not moving anywhere.
Yeah, no, Scribble was hoping something like I had said at the campfire, like, and I will probably be arrested tomorrow. Like, not knowing how, but figuring that some way Ham and Sam would want to talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we could hang out here for the rest of the day, claiming that we need to rest up a bit longer.
I need to restock our provision points, so I'll be doing some hunting and fishing.
Yeah, something like that. And
I might be another fox or something roll by and take out 8 or 9 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Rogar and Scribble could like hang around the camp. Rogar trying to like get on the guard's good side by like making food and whatnot. Maybe doing it that way to make some of them talk.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt if these are going to be the people that are being dispatched to Phandalin.
Yeah.
Rogar, go ahead and make a persuasion check. You're bringing food and skills with advantage. Also, because you're the least suspicious out of all of this. Oh Jesus.
I just haven't been getting good rolls.
Where was that when the trap last week?
You do your best to approach the fellow who you got to know around the cooking fire a bit yesterday to try and help out, or try and offer some help again. And Adrian sees you at a distance and just looks at the guardsman manning the pots and snaps his fingers, and the guardsman just looks at you and shakes his head. Like even from a distance.
All right. Okay. Maybe maybe I could do it to just the one scout that's at the top of the hill.
Do what?
Like just instead of all of them at in the camp, try and get all of them just like one at a time. If they change guards or whatever.
Well, you see, it's the same scout from yesterday, and you know that she does like a sandwich.
Uh-huh.
Nora, Rogar. Put on your bread costume. You got some meat.
God.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm fine with staying the day, even into another night.
Same. You know what? I'd probably be good anyways, because it would sell the fact that, you know, we're not guilty of whatever they think.
Also, it seems like it's dangerous out there. If there's a wild animal that even 27 guards can't take care of, maybe we should stick close to camp.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Noro could offer like weapon maintenance, seeing as he is a smith.
Good idea. I'll do that.
Where is the guy at, the captain?
The Adrian or the other guy?
Yeah, Adrian.
He mostly hangs around camp. You do see him enter Ham and Sam's tent. You know, a handful of times. And every time he leaves the tent, there's a purpose in his step, like he's been given an order or told to do something, or he's, you know, made a report or whatnot.
I might try to stop him to talk to him.
You catch him on his way out of the tent, once in the late morning. He sees you sort of hanging around the edge of the camp, and his demeanor instantly changes. You can see him bristle and the look of disgust on his face. What do you want, rogue?
I'm clearly a sorcerer.
No one's going to miss the prisoner of yours. Do you know who he was? The party that he keeps?
A brigand and a murderer. That's all
A
we
murderer
named.
who cannot be killed?
Excuse me?
The other person with him who escaped. Do you have any idea who that might have been?
Do you?
It sounds an awful like a gentleman named Madrick who used to run a red brand group in Phandalin. Roger there was his second in command.
He takes a few steps towards you, and you can see one hand on the hilt of his sword. He stops about 5 feet away from you. I knew your lot were insightful, resourceful. Tell me, what else do you know?
We killed him once. He came back.
This is the same Madrick Giles who has a bounty on his head.
A very pitiful one that you guys are offering of 500 gold when Phandalin has a 1,000 gold bounty on his head.
This man who attacked the noble is one and the same.
The description matches.
Do you know
We're not on different sides here.
Do you know where he may have gone?
I do not know.
I suppose I should thank you for this information. I will see what I can do to raise the reward. Tell me, how great of a reward would it take for you to find a way to kill him permanently? With Phandalin under Dralamar's protection, we cannot stand for this sort of nefarious work by brigands and murderers. I want him gone.
Well, we've been looking into a way. It appears that he has some type of curse that we're trying to figure out how to break so that he may be killed.
Well then, I suggest you continue your research. In the meantime, we will continue our search. Tell me, Roger, we couldn't even get a name out of the man. You seem to know much more about him. Was it one of your crew that did him in?
Not that I know of. But him dying to a forest animal was just hilarious.
This Madrick, could he have shifted shapes?
I don't think he has that power. Do you know someone in the camp who can?
He cocks his head to one side and smiles slyly. By the looks of your group, I would imagine there is at least one, perhaps two of you who could pull off such a feat. Either an illusion or some sort of shape-shifting, magic or other means.
I'm gonna throw the illusion of Magic dead on the ground, just next to him.
He takes a step back, not just at the sight of the illusion, but at your sort of natural detail that you paint it with.
These are my illusions. Touch it. It can harm no one.
He watches it. He squints and sort of looks at it. Takes a step to the side, looks at it from a different angle, and you can see the realization. Sort of, like he obviously knew it was an illusion, but he's now sort of seeing through it. I believe you. About this. Other things, well, that remains to be seen. I'm curious to know about Phandalin. If I'm to wear the mantle of defense in such a place, it's good to know who my enemies are.
Well, as part owner of the mine that's recently drawn a lot of people there, it's nice to know who the new captain will be.
His eyebrows go up a little bit at that mention. Indeed. Well, that is something interesting I've learned about you then. Here I thought you were like all the others of your kind. You surprise me. It's not always a good thing, but I think in this case it might be. I look forward to speaking with you more. If you'll have it.
Of course, we are on the same team.
Scribble just on everybody's team.
Until he's not.
Yeah. He's on team let the druid do the stabbing.
He's on Team Scribble.
I don't know who killed Roger. A dude who lived in the forest who thought he could get the drop on everyone died to a forest animal. He finds that hilarious. Suspicious, but hilarious.
You hear a sound of a small bell ring, Scribble, from the tent where you procured your liqueur du jour. And at the sound of that bell, Adrian turns on his heel and leaves the conversation abruptly. Ducks into the tent, takes a step back in your direction. Apparently I'm not the only one interested in what you know. You've been summoned.
Aww.
Wonder if I can get a refill.
The goddamn barbarian drank most of it.
He pulls back the flap on the tent to reveal the space within, a space that you are now quite familiar with. You see sitting behind the desk, somewhat reclined in a chair that was not meant to be reclined in. It's tilted back a little bit. A rather intricately carved pipe in one hand. A curl of smoke escapes its bowl. Ham and Sam looks down his nose at you. Welcome. Come in. Curious to meet you. Tell me, was it you who left me the note?
I'll just pull out the bottle and set it on the desk.
I hope you enjoyed that.
I think my barbarian friend enjoyed it a little more than I did.
Well, call it a gift. It was a gift to me, and so shall it be to you. Tell me, what is it that you know? Who is after me? Who is behind all of this? I care not about the man who tried to kill me. I care much more about who hired him.
And I want to, and so as a Kenku, I can mimic and remember anything that anyone has said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Or
so
something like that. I don't know.
I went back and listened to one of the episodes that we had talked to Silas. And so
Here we
he
go.
said, "My fine feathered friend, if you put a price tag on it, I guarantee you I will not say no." I just want to say that to him in Silas's voice.
Nice.
Oh, that's amazing.
Nice.
My fine feathered friend. If you put a price tag on it, I guarantee you I will not say no. Those words in that voice come out of the Kenku's mouth. And a smile spreads across Hammond's face. Ah, my old friend Silas. This game he plays. We've played this game for a very long time. I see you've met him. Perhaps have done some business with him. Well, my friend, perhaps it is time you do some business with me instead. I think you will find I am a much more generous employer.
I've actually never done anything for him. I don't think he would like me being here telling you that.
Well, then you've done something for me. This is good. But I think you've met him, and perhaps you know someone who does work for him. Halia, I'm guessing. Tell me, how long have you done her bidding?
It's not bidding. She's done me a favor, I've done her a favor.
A true businessman. Well then.
If she did his bidding, then you would probably have more people after you. She did not want you dead.
No, I imagine not, although somewhere deep down, I think perhaps she does wish it. Some sour business with her family 20 years ago or so. Old history, ancient history at this point. She's far better for it. Well, my friend, I have nothing for you at the moment, but I would like you to stay available. Phandalin, yes?
That is the most likely place you'll find us. We do have a dragon to kill.
He claps his hands together and sort of holds them there, and then spreads them out. All this you see around you. This was my doing. Tralamar's rekindled interest in Such a small town on the edge of the world. All my doing. I see great things from Phandalin, from the mine, from other things in the region. Yes. I have foreseen wonderful, wonderful things coming out of that area. I look forward to what happens next, and I look forward to being able to call on you, my friend, for a favor, and do a favor for you in return. What do you think about that?
It's always nice to have a favor.
Well then, it's settled. He claps his hands together one more time, reaches into his robes, and places a sending stone on the desk in front of you. Sadly, I do not have another bottle for your large friend, but I do have this for you. See that you answer it. I guarantee you, it will be of interest, what I have to say next.
I love shiny rocks.
I thought you would. Well, speak to no one of this meeting. I will know if you did, yes?
Of course.
Good. He points at you with a sort of a slowly waggling finger. I see great things in your future, small bird. We will speak again before too long. Now, feel free to see yourself out. You will not see me in Phandalin. I head north. Back home. I have many, many affairs to put in order. Tralamar is a busy place. And nothing lasts
Stay
forever.
safe.
And you. He looks towards the entrance of the tent where Adrian is standing there. He's got the flap still pulled back, letting daylight in, but he has his back turned, seemingly ignoring the conversation. As you walk out, he turns to you and says, "As the man said, speak of this to no one." The power he wields in Dralamar is great. Perhaps rivaling that of the Regent himself. You'd be wise to heed his words and answer his call. Now get out of my camp.
See you in Phandalin.
He just stares at you as you leave. And I think we can maybe end it there tonight.
Nice.
Cool.
How many goddamn sending stones does Scribble have now?
I mean,
Just
he got
Lunalia has a bunch.
yeah. You guys just getting all the burner phones from all the crime lords.
Burner phones.
That's basically what they
I
are.
mean, I only have two.
Yeah.
I have one.
I have the one that I gave to Alyssa, and then I got the one from him.
I have the one from.
You got one. I think you have one from Severin Thrace. Do you not?
Yes.
And
I thought I had another one, but
I
I don't see it.
thought that Ignis gave you one as well, but maybe not.
Ignis did give me one. I did not write it down.
Yeah.
I'll just make a note under this one.
Very cool storyline, Poker.
Well, I thought it was maybe time for a little bit of consequences.
Yeah.
You guys turned that around in an interesting way, but at the same time, The new cop in town is a little suspicious of your group, and that might not work to your advantage in the future. But we'll see.
That's okay.
At least Fandolin has a new someone who actually cares. So it's good and bad, I guess.
Does he though? The guy seems like a douche.
Well, you want your cops to be douchey.
He's getting paid to care.
Only
Or maybe that came out wrong.
I'm gonna end the
douchey.
stream so I can say things that I shouldn't say to the public. Bye,
No,
everybody.
I think you're right.
Bye.